All right, if Senate can come back to order. The Senate can come back to order. We will be continuing down the rules calendar. And the author of Senate Bill 200 be on standby. Next bill on the docket is Senate Bill 200. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 200 by Senator Cowsert of the 46 and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 91126 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to general provisions governing discovery under the Civil Practice Act so as to provide for a party or current or former high-ranking government or corporate officer of whom a disposition is sought to seek a protective order. The Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert of the 46th District Chairman.
Start reading.
Regulated Industries and Utilities offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 200, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 91126 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to general provisions governing discovery under the Civil Practice Act so as to provide for a party or current or former high-ranking government or corporate officer of whom a deposition is sought to seek a protective order, to require a court to prohibit such deposition subject to exceptions, to provide such exceptions, to provide for modification or vacation of orders upon such motions, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Section 1, Code Section 91126 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to general provisions governing discovery under the Civil Practice Act, is amended in subsection C as follows. C1, protective orders upon motion by a party or by the person. That concludes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we table Senate Bill 200. I think the majority leader may have another motion.
All right. The author of the bill, Senate Bill 200, has moved that we table his bill. Is there objection? Without objection, Senate Bill 200 is tabled. Senate, moving down the calendar, Senate Bill 204. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 14 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to education accountability so as to provide for the recognition of certain accrediting agencies as evaluators of the quality of education offered in public schools in this state. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 204, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 14 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to education accountability so as to provide for the recognition of certain accrediting agencies as evaluators of the quality of education offered in public schools in this state. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 27th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring to you Senate Bill 204. A number of you that were on the Education Committee last year may remember former Senator Tippins bringing this bill before us, and I pick it up and just want to honor him as the originator of this idea. We since have worked with the largest accrediting agency in the state of Georgia and have reached a compromise with them, and that is the piece of legislation that you have before you. This bill establishes recognized accrediting agencies in the state of Georgia and really defines the things that they're able to consider in accreditation. And you will find there's only two elements that we are adding here is the considerations for accreditation. The first one is on line 61, and that is the quality of learning and teaching. And then secondly, on line 69, financial efficiency. Part of what we worked with the accrediting agencies on was the establishment of the percentages, and we allow the State Board of Education to establish the percentages, provided that quality of learning and teaching shall not be less than 65% of the consideration. And the other thing that we did, and this was a passion of Senator Tippins, is we ensure that those doing the accrediting cannot offer for a fee additional services to cure the problems that are found in the accreditation process. So part of what I think what was happening before is certain problems would be identified by the doctor, if you will, and the doctor happened to be the same person as the pharmacist who would sell you the cure for a fee. And we want to ensure that the accreditation process is free and clear of any financial consideration for what may happen during the accreditation process. With that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions or yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machines. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Moving on, Senate Bill 211. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 211 by Senator Hickman of the 4th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to education so as to establish the Georgia Council on Literacy, to provide for consultation with subject matter experts, to provide for automatic repeal, to require local school systems to develop and implement 5-year literacy plans for such school system and individual literacy plans for students in kindergarten through grade 5. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District, Chairman. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 211, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to education so as to establish the Georgia Council on Literacy, to provide for definitions, to provide for members and officers, to provide for meetings, agendas, quorum, and compensation. Senator Hickman of the 4th offers the following amendment, Amendment 1, to amend the Senate Committee on Education and Youth substitute to Senate Bill 211, replacing lines 43 through 45 with the following: Regents of the University System of Georgia, see 2 individuals' knowledge, skills, and experience in birth to 5 years old early learning. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 4th. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is such an unbelievable bill that we need to start looking at education in Georgia as an investment and not an expense, and that's what we're trying to do with this bill. Senate Bill 211 is a priority for both the Democrats and Republicans, this is an exciting and important bill because this bill is for generations to come. Creates a Georgia Council on Literacy. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Higher Education Committee, 13 members, and also the Education Committee, 10 members, for meeting over 2 weeks and hearing 15 different speakers talk about and confirm that we have an illiteracy problem in Georgia. We have in the 3rd grade in Georgia over 57% of our children or students are not reading on 3rd grade level. We will never create an educated workforce if our children can't read. On your desk today, we have 2 endorsement letters, one from the Georgia Chamber of Commerce endorsing Senate Bill 211, and we have a letter from the Georgia College and State University of President Kathy Cox from the Sandra Deal Center for Early Language and Literacy endorsing our bill. This bill was patterned after the former Governor Nathan Deal's criminal justice reform bill. You know, you all heard us talk about that our literacy rates are not in line with our graduation rates. Our graduation rates are 85, 90, 95%, and our literacy rate, you just heard me say, for 3rd graders in the state of Georgia is only 43%. Something is wrong there. What are the areas that this bill is going to address? We're going to look at pre-K, pre-kindergarten, and kindergarten, basically birth to 5 years old. We're going to try to come up, no, we're not going to try it, we're going to do it. We're going to come up with a common metric system for measuring literacy in Georgia. Every organization you talk to that we met with, or it seemed like every organization that we met with on these 15 had different types of metrics. We got to come for accountability purposes for our school system. We've got to be able to measure literacy. One of the most important things, we also going to find out if our teachers are being taught how to teach children how to read. And if they're not, we got to help those teachers be developed. And probably to me, the most sad thing there's a lot of sad things about what we found out, but we've got to get our communities involved. And I really believe if our communities knew the illiteracy rates in Georgia, our communities would have already involved if our school system would have reached out and have been honest and forthright with our communities. Yes, Senator from the 36th, well, she's not even here. We are going to address ESOL, English as a second language, and economically disadvantaged children. And yes, Senator from the 42nd, we're going to address dyslexia. You know, we had no idea until we got into this that we got 22% of our children in Georgia experience some form of dyslexia. And even my schools, my county, Bullock County, does not address the need for help children with dyslexia. So 22%, well, yes, we're going to address that. Mr. President, this time I would yield the will for questions. Or yield the will.
You do have a few questions, Senator. Senator from 52nd. Well, Senator from the 52nd, you want to come up front? Okay.
Okay.
Senator from the 39th, do you have a question?
Senator, do you yield?
Yes, ma'am, sure do.
Isn't it true that the first step in solving a problem is to identify it?
That is very, very, very correct.
Do you further yield?
Ma'am?
Do you further yield?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And isn't it true that while this may not address the issue in its entirety, that it is a first step towards making sure that Georgia is changing its literacy rates and that we're putting the attention on this issue that it so well deserves?
That is true also.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you bringing this bill forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have no further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote green, yes. Very important. This is an investment in generations to come. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 52nd. You'd like to come speak in the well?
Thank you, Mr. President. The rookies around me are rubbing off on me. I guess I'm hitting the wrong button and getting distracted. But I want to speak here in support of this study committee, but I also want us to move forward quickly on this. I think we have information where we can move forward. We see a good program at the pre-K level, and we are now changing the class size to 20, which is a good step. We don't see that at the kindergarten level. We see a drop-off. We have a low reading level at the 3rd grade, and those students are 4 times as likely to drop out if they don't have that comprehension there. We've got to do this early. We have evidence from Mississippi. They're doing a strong phonics program, and it's working. We are doing a good program at kindergarten. We need to do a good phonics program. I'm sorry, at pre-K we are, and at kindergarten we need a good program. And we also need to put something in there that says that those students in pre-K may need an extra year. We see that with our private schools a lot, where they hold people back a year. And we need to be diagnosing for dyslexia at a much earlier age, and those may need to be held back a year. We've got to get a hold of this. I think we know what will work right now, and I hope we will move forward quickly on this, because we can't be getting behind others as we have. Let's not study it real long. Let's move forward with the answers we've got. If there's no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1 authored by Senator from the 4th. Is there objection to Amendment 1? Chair hearing none, Amendment 1 is adopted. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute is amended. As amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary will read the caption for Senate Bill 230.
Senate Bill 230 by Senator Barrasso, the 28th, and others, the bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to programs and protection for children, so as to revise provisions relating to the Foster Parents Bill of Rights, to provide for definitions, to provide that such rights include relative caregivers and fictive kin. The Senate Committee on Children and Families recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the distinguished rules chairman, Senator from the 28th, speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 230 is the Foster Parent Bill of Rights, which was passed almost 20 years ago. This bill updates and strengthens the law, expands it to other caregivers of children in de facto custody, and clarifies that foster parents can seek advice and assistance from attorneys and certified volunteer advocates if they have concerns about fostering or about a child in their care. With that, I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator?
Well, I'll also add too, and I know this is going to come as a shocker, but one thing you'll notice is not in this bill or does not accompany this bill is a green page. That means we got it right the first time, so I would appreciate your support. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is the objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Senate Bill 246. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 246 by Senator Hodges III and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to the Georgia Board of Healthcare Workforce so as to provide for student loan repayment for certain nursing faculty. The Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 3rd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise to present Senate Bill 246. This is a governor's priority bill, and it's also a workforce development initiative. In Georgia, as in the nation, we have a nursing shortage. One reason for the shortage is that we don't have enough nursing instructors. Nurses have found that they can make less money teaching than they can practicing, so we're not turning out enough nurses, thereby adding to the problem. Senate Bill 246 incentivizes nurses to teach rather than practice by establishing a student loan repayment plan for nurses who choose to teach. Our budget has $1,050,000 in line item which will be, under this bill, administered by the Georgia Board of Healthcare Workforce under the Department of Community Health to administer the program and to set up rules and regs. This bill would allow teachers to have up to $100,000 of student loans repaid over a period of 5 years as long as they continue to teach. And this program would be funded annually at will by the legislature. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passes of the bill, the yeas are 55, and I was wondering where our man from the mountain area had been. The nays are 1, so this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Welcome, Senator back there. All right, I was wondering where you were today. So, Secretary will read the captions for Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senator Brasso, the 28th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to selling and other trade practices so as to provide requirements for earned wage access services, to provide for fees that may be charged for such services, to provide that earned wage access payments are non-recourse and are not loans. Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Summers of the 13th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 54, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 15 of Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to the Fair Business Practice Act of 1975 so as to provide requirements for earned wage access services. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 28th. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I bring you SB 254. This is the Earned Wage Access Bill. And many of you are probably thinking, what is earned wage access? Or what is earned wage? I'm going to tell you. If you look at lines 18, we simply define it as an earned but unpaid wage, meaning salary, wages, compensation, or other income that have been earned by or accrued to the benefit of the consumer, but that have not, at the time of earned wage access payment, been paid to the consumer by an obligor, which is the employer. And there's what we're doing in this bill. Number one is we're putting up we're defining the industry. This is a brand new industry to this state and really to this nation. And so what I wanted to do was number one, define it, put some definitions out there, make sure that consumers know this is not a payday lending. This is money they have earned. They just simply haven't been paid on it yet. And an example of why someone might need it is, maybe you're 2 days away from getting paid, but you've worked a week and a half worth of wages that you're about to be owed, and maybe you need some gas money so you can get to work. Or maybe you need a $50, $75 to keep the lights on at home. And so it's simply a way that we can allow some of these consumers that may be traditionally underserved get access to money. And we're putting up parameters. We've defined what earned wage access is. We've defined what the different business models. There's a direct a direct to business type model. There's a direct to consumer type model, and so we're defining that in this legislation. And then we're also, if you're doing consumer elected fees, meaning the consumer actually picks how much they're going to pay, and we define that. If there's a mandatory fee, that's where we put in a cap of 10%, to where the service provider can't go over that 10%. Currently, under all models in this state, there are no mandatory fees, so no one's acting there. But should they ever switch to that, I wanted to go ahead and get that defined, and that's why one of the reasons that this is important that we go ahead and get this legislation moving for this brand new industry. And one important thing to know is there is no recourse should a consumer not pay this back. I'm sure there's thousands of questions out
You do
there.
have a question, Senator. Senator from the 20th, you wish to ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Esteemed Rules Chairman, how does the earned income lending company collateralize the loan, or is it essentially just a signature loan?
No, so if you'll look under consumer elected of fees, what we're doing there is we kind of lay out the different models. So in a direct to business model where they go work directly with the employer, and that's what they do that's how they verify the wages have been earned, is working directly with that employer. So in that model, they might have what's called a expedited fee. So the consumer can ask to go ahead and get that money expedited. They pay like $2.99, and they're able to get that. But that is if they don't have to get it expedited, so they don't have to pay that fee. There's other models, the direct to consumer, where again, this is a consumer elected a fee, and what we define it as is you actually, the consumer sets how much they're going to pay. In order for it to be consumer elected fee, there has to be an option of $0. And so if I've never done earned wage access, and hopefully I never need to, but last year when this came about, I kind of laughed at the notion that you could set it to $0, and then I took part in a GoFundMe, and to that date I had never even been offered to pay a fee for GoFundMe. You just kind of pay the money, you donate the money, and it's over. Well, they started doing this consumer elected fee to where I could set that fee at $0. I could put it at 5, 10, or I could do a percentage. So that's how they monetize. That's how they make the money, is on those consumer elected fees. Should they want to shift to a model where there's a subscription or there's a mandatory fee of, let's say, if you're going to borrow $100, or not borrow, you're not borrowing it, you've earned it. If you're going to draw down that $100, the most they could charge you is $10. So that's how they monetize it. So there's the mandatory, which has a 10% cap with no recourse, and then there's the consumer elected fee, where the consumer actually picks how much they want to pick, or how much they want to pay. And believe it or not, a lot of consumers do elect to pay a fee, but they must have the option. In order to be a consumer elected fee, there must be a $0 option. Does that answer? I know that answers your question.
Yes, one of my questions. This
Yes,
is
I
an
do.
interesting concept. Would you yield for another question?
Oh, of course I would, to my good friend from the
So
Perry.
if they are working directly with the employer, then the employer, I assume, instead of paying the employee the amount that they borrowed from this earned income lending company, they would pay that directly to the earned income lending company? Is that what I'm understanding?
That's not my understanding of that business model. I thought my understanding is the employee still receives his wages or her wages, and then they turn around and pay that money back.
So back to my first question then, if you don't mind a further yield.
I'll yield.
It sounds like a signature loan to me, like there's no collateral. If
That,
that's,
well, that's, that, yes.
Okay.
Then in that case, yes. It
Thank
could
you,
be
Senator.
similar. Any further questions? I'll be more than happy.
You do have a few questions.
Okay,
Senator.
bring it.
Senator from the 19th, you wish to rise for a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Of course.
Senator, first, this is a green sheet, so does that mean that you didn't get it right the first time?
I will admit that I did not get it right the first time.
Second serious question. I'm looking on line 61. I understand what you say about non-recourse, and my concern is that these essentially turn into payday lending with a set fee at 10%. But when it does say non-recourse starting on line 61. It says you can't initiate a suit, use third parties to collect, sell outstanding debt, etc. But it says except in the case of fraud by the consumer. My question, which I'm sorry to ask you this for the first time, I know you and I have talked about this bill, is if you sign saying you will pay it back and you don't, is that fraud that then will allow you to move down to line 65, 66, and 67 to bring that suit for collections?
No, the fraud would be more on the fact that you say you're working, but maybe you're not. Maybe you set up a fake email account. Maybe you're driving. Because one of the, also in the bill, we lay out the different methods that they can use to verify your work status. And some companies, the direct-to-consumer model, a lot of what they use is they use geospatial data, making sure they're going to work. They use timesheets. They use emails. And so you could the consumer potentially could produce a fake email, could produce fake timesheets, could drive to their place of employment and drive home or go leave their car there, and that would be the fraud. I know you don't like the fact you can't sue, but I'm sorry.
Senator from the 32nd, do you wish to rise for a question?
Senator, do you yield?
I yield.
I'm trying very hard to understand this, and I would like to ask you, so I'm short 1 week, and I borrow money from the money that I've earned.
It's more of a draw than a borrow, because
Okay.
you've earned it.
Okay, sorry about that, a draw.
It's okay.
So what if I want to take another draw the next week? Is there an end to it? How far can you go?
So some companies, some earned wage access service providers, they have an internal policy cap on what percentage of that you can draw down. You know, I know of one specifically. I think they're at 40% of your earned wages that you can draw down. So if you've earned $1,000, $400 would be the most you could draw down that week.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Do you further yield?
Of course.
I'm just trying to understand how people who are living paycheck to paycheck, would this not eventually make it easy for them to get into trouble financially?
It could, but these people it's a similar market to folks that are going and titling off their cars. And so this is another option, and in my opinion, my humble opinion, maybe a little bit better option that allows them to get, essentially a draw on their pay that they've earned, because a lot of people in this market can't go out and do a $2,000 loan, or don't want to, or shouldn't be going up and putting their title up on their car, and but can't necessarily borrow money, and so we're essentially letting them draw down the money that they have earned. You'd hope that it doesn't become a weekly thing. You don't want it to become a weekly thing, but if that's why we need the bill, is so that we can have these consumer protections on the front end versus what we've seen in other industries where it goes unchecked. And again, this is brand new industry. There are bills floating around the entire country. Nobody's been able to pass one yet. Georgia could be the first. And I've got it down simple. I've got it down where both business models are at least in somewhat agreement. And we're trying to go ahead and do something before the lobbying out there gets too big, so that we can, at the end of the day, we can protect our consumers. That's the whole point of this bill.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator from the 52nd, do you wish to ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. With Senator Yield,
Sure.
I apologize, as I think one other did, on this kind of not being on my radar, but I'm trying to catch up on it. So my first question is, this 10% is off of money they've earned?
Correct.
And then they would pay it back, and when would it be due? Is it when the paycheck comes in, or?
You know, Senator, I haven't really got into the business models. I think they're probably all a little bit different. I would imagine there'd be some kind of something within so many days of getting paid. To be honest, I don't know the answer to that.
Would the senator yield for
course.
another question? And so I'm concerned that with this 10%, let's say it's on a 2-week check and you pay it at the end, then the fact that you've paid 10% for 2 weeks is essentially 240% on an annual basis, and then we're getting into the payday loan category again.
Well, again, there's a cap on how much of your earned wage that you can actually access. So they already have policy caps on that.
So
within the industry, they cap the consumer themselves. Now, as far as that 10%, actually repeat your question if you don't mind.
Well, if you borrow this money and your paycheck comes in 2 weeks and you pay 10% in 2 weeks, then on an annual basis, that would be about 240% interest rate.
If you borrowed every single week, yes.
Right, if you kept staying ahead of it. So
Right.
it's to me in the
Right
in
now,
interest rate
right
higher
now, there's no cap. There's zero cap right now on what they can do. And again, you're talking about a mandatory fee. That's if they mandate, if the company mandates that you have to pay a fee. Currently, there is no business model in this state, is my understanding, there's no business model in this state that has a mandatory fee. They're all the consumer elected fees. Again, we've defined them both in this bill. And so what we're trying to do is get these consumer protections in now, so that we don't have any earned wage access service providers that are bad actors coming in and are doing these predatory type things that you're talking about. We're trying to do that now. Now, you may think 10% needs to be lower, and that's fair. I won't get into that, but 10% was what we could get the industry to agree to, and still have that consumer protection. If you're, and you got to understand, most of these consumers, when they're utilizing this service, you're talking about like $50, $50 to $100, maybe sometimes $20 and $30. And so that 10% came from, there is that expedited fee that we talked about, that one company, or actually a couple of companies use, and it's a $2.99 expedited fee. And so that would allow them to get, loan a $30, or not loan, but allow the consumer to draw down $30, and they'd still be within that cap.
Well, if the senator would yield for one more question.
Sure.
Trying to get my wrap around this. So this isn't their company loaning them the money in advance. This is a third party lender loaning.
It is a third party that is allowing them to draw down the money, that the consumer to draw down money they have earned, and the third party acts as the bank. Correct. Except for one exception, there's no recourse on it. And so again, I can't emphasize enough, if right now this industry has no checks on it. And this is a way for us to come in and put some protections for our consumers. Maybe it doesn't go far enough, and it's probably an industry that we will probably be dealing with this year in and year out. And so this bill gives us a framework to work off moving forward. It gives us definitions within the industry that everybody clearly understands what it is. Well, I won't say we all clearly understand it, but at least within the industry, we're clearly defining it and we're putting it in code so that moving forward, we've got a template to work off of versus just kind of flying at this thing blind. Now, because right now, many of y'all are seeing this for the first time, and it is very confusing. As former banking chairman, it was confusing to me last year when it first came to me, and that was why I've worked on it over the off session. I thought we were going to have a House bill that came over, and they ended up scrapping it, and so I'm all they got left. And really, us in this chamber, we're all consumers have for protections in an industry that is brand new. And so this bill, it's not complicated, but it is a very complicated industry when you're first hearing about it. So I tried to simplify it as much as possible, keeping the consumers number one, because many times out in that hallway, they're not getting paid by consumers. They're getting paid by a business. And so I wanted to put a bill together that did not put one company over another company, and I wanted to put a bill together that put a consumer first. And that's what this bill is about, and I would urge your favorable consideration. Are there any other questions? I'll yield for any more questions.
You probably want to go ahead and yield, Senator.
All right, I'll yield now. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 24. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Ooh, that's a perfect example about you almost oversold that one. So, I move, call on the Senator, the Majority Leader, Senator Frisbee first.
Thank you, Mr. President. After that stellar performance by our Rules Chairman, I move that we table the remaining bills on the calendar.
All right. The Majority Leader has moved that we table the remaining bills and call them up accordingly. Is there objection? Without objection, the motion is granted. So that our secretary can get everything in order and the bills that we will be calling up moving forward, we'll be bringing off the table. So we're going to stand at ease for about 30 minutes so we can give our secretary and his staff time to organize the remaining of the calendar. Standing at ease. All right, good afternoon, everyone. The Senate will come back to order. I recognize the senator from the 50th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to remove Senate Bill 259 from the table.
Senator has moved that Senate Bill 259 come off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 259 by Senator Hatchett of the 50th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 6 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to general provisions regarding the Superior Court so as to move the Superior Court of Banks County from the Piedmont Judicial Circuit to the Mountain Judicial Circuit. The Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass of the 28th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator's moved. Is there objection to the motion? Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 50th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to bring Senate Bill 259. This bill is a bill that would move Banks County from the Piedmont Judicial Circuit into the Mountain Judicial Circuit. This past off-season, we did a boundary study, a feasibility study, and got favorable results on each. And if there are no questions, I'm happy to yield the well, but ask for your favorable consideration.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All those opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the majority leader, Senator from the 51st, for a motion.
Thank you, sir. I move that we remove Senate Bill 146 from the table.
Senate Bill 146. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 146 by Senator Gooch of the 51st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 2 of Title 46, Chapter 1 of Title 10, and Article 1 of Chapter 9 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to jurisdiction of and powers and duties of the Georgia Public Service Commission generally, selling and other trade practices, and motor fuel tax respectively, so as to provide for the regulation and taxation of the provision of certain electricity used as a motor fuel in electric vehicles. The Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert of the 46th District Chairman. Regulated Industries and Utilities offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 146, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 2 of Title 46, Chapter 1 of Title 10, and Article 1 of Chapter 9 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to jurisdiction of and powers and duties of the Georgia Public Service Commission generally, selling and other trade practices and motor fuel tax respectively. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the motion from the senator from the 51st? Not hearing any. I recognize the senator from the 51st to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I come before you today to talk about Senate Bill 46. It's an issue that we have learned a lot about in the last 12 months. last year we had a joint study committee with the House and the Senate dealing with the electrification of transportation and infrastructure to help keep our electric cars moving throughout our state. We spent months looking at the issues that dealt with this topic. We understand better today what the future of the EV industry looks like. We had testimony from practically every industry in the U.S., a lot of car manufacturers, all the utility companies, you name it, we heard from them. The federal government has issued billions of dollars of funds around our country to put in charging stations throughout our nation and our states. Georgia has received $135 million for our infrastructure here in Georgia, which those charging stations will be deployed over the next couple of years through an RFP process that the Department of Transportation is currently engaged in. Each of the charging stations will be placed approximately 50 miles apart throughout the state, primarily on interstate highways and major corridors. The process has begun. The next step, obviously, is to make sure that our code and our Georgia law is conducive for this new industry that's emerging. Only about 1% of the cars on the road today are electrified. Primarily, people still rely heavily on gasoline and diesel. So this bill is basically a framework. It's a structure to get us started, moving in the direction for when the day comes where we'll have a significant number of electric cars on the roadway. Section 1 of the bill deals with the Georgia Territorial Service Act. Currently, under Georgia law, no one's allowed to resell electricity by the kilowatt. Only electric utility companies are allowed to do that, and they are regulated. Georgia Power, for sure, is regulated through the Public Service Commission. And then, of course, you have MEAG and the Georgia EMCs who sell electricity to their customers. No other entity is allowed to resell electricity by the kilowatt. We are seeing charging stations sell electricity by the time, and that's what some of the charging stations are doing now. People who charge their cars are paying so much per hour or so much per minute for the electricity. So Section 1 allows us to be able to resell that electricity by the kilowatt. Section 2 deals with the regulatory measures and the trade practices necessary for the sale of the electricity for the electric vehicles. We are going to be authorizing the Department of Agriculture to do the inspections, the permitting, and installation of all of the charging stations throughout our state, just like they do today with gas pumps and diesel tanks. They go around and they inspect all of those tanks to basically make sure there's accountability and that the pumps are accurately pumping the fluids into the cars. So Section 2 will allow the Department of Agriculture to have that same authority to regulate and check the accuracy of the electric charging stations. Section 3 of the bill deals with how the sale of electric power of electric vehicles should be taxed, which would be the equivalence of what we do for motor fuel tax today. We currently pay around 55 cents per gallon for motor fuel tax, whether that's gasoline or diesel. That price varies somewhat because of the price of gasoline may be different inside Atlanta versus somewhere outside of Atlanta because of the non-attainment zones and what have you. So this conversion will be determined by the Department of Revenue. They will calculate the energy that is created by a gallon of gas and convert that same rate of tax rate to how much energy a kilowatt will push a car. Section 4 provides the effective date on this bill to be January 1st of 2025. The reason we're pushing it out to 2025 is, quite frankly, to give the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Revenue plenty of time to get their procedures and their rules and regulations in place and to make sure that the infrastructure is ready for that conversion. I want to reiterate the importance of this legislation as Georgia welcomes the growth of electric vehicles to our state. Governor Kemp has made it clear that he hopes that Georgia will become the electric mobility capital of America, and the creation of this framework is definitely a step in that direction. Mr. President, I'm happy to take any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will not unlock the machine. Senator from the second, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, will this bill allow folks on I-16 to have some charging stations? Because once you get past Metter, it's nothing else.
You know, you had to ask the author about that, Senator. I don't know. Parker Brothers, though, they got them down that way. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Senator from the 51st, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I was curious if the senator from the 53rd voted against my bill just simply because they don't have electricity up in those mountains in northwest Georgia.
I'm starting to like the senator from the 53rd. Senator from the 53rd, what purpose do you rise?
Yes, Mr. President. Is it not true that the people of the Northwest don't care if electric vehicles just coast on through?
Move it on. Recognize the senator from the 50th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we remove Senate Bill 237 from the table.
Senator has moved that we remove 237 from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 237 by Senator Hatchett of the 50th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 7 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to the Georgia Student Finance Authority so as to provide for student loan repayment for peace officers. The Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers of the 56th District Chairman. Public Safety Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 237, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 7 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia Student Finance Authority so as to provide for student loan repayment for peace officers, to provide for definitions, to provide for eligibility requirements. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator without objection. I recognize the senator from the 50th. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to bring Senate Bill 237. The intent of this bill is to recruit and retain public law enforcement officers across the state of Georgia. This builds upon what this body did last year, adding criminal justice degrees to the High Demand Career Initiative to be eligible for the HOPE Career Grant. What this bill will do is for eligible peace officers, they can earn up to $4,000 a year, up to 5 years, for a total of $20,000 to help them repay any student debt that they have. And Mr. President, I will yield for any questions.
Recognize Senator from 41st for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, isn't it true that, I guess I can't refer to this. Senator, I have an amendment that I brought to you that would expand this to include all public safety officers. Isn't it true that we are not submitting that amendment after a conversation?
To my friend from the 41st, yes, and just so you know, I will stand by trying to help to make that happen next year, but that is not appropriated in the budget at this time. But would think that's a wonderful amendment, would like to make that happen.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Senator, I look forward to working with you to ensure that our EMTs and firefighters are covered in the future. Isn't it true?
That is true. Thank you.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. I recognize the senator from the 27th for a motion. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we raise Senate Bill 233 from the table.
The senator has moved that we take 233, Senate Bill 233 off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 233 by Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to provide for the establishment of promised scholarship accounts to be funded by the state in the amount of $6,000 per school year for each participating student. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 233, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to provide for the establishment of promised scholarship accounts to be funded by the state in the amount of $6,000 per school year for each participating student. A minority report has been filed. That completes the order, Mr. President. Senator Dolezal of the 27th offers the following amendment, Amendment 1, to amend the Senate Committee on Education and Youth substitute to Senate Bill 233 by replacing line 12 with the following: to provide for audits by the Department of Audits and Accounts, to provide for an annual report by the Office of Student Achievement, to provide for a short title. By replacing lines 67 through 70 with the following: the student resides in the attendance zone of a public school that is included on the list of public schools provided for in Code Section 22B10. 3, the student does not meet any of the ineligibility criteria provided for in the subsection B of Code Section 23, 519.1. Senator Dolezal of the 27th offers the following Amendment 1A to amend Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 233 by inserting after student on line 6 is an eligible student as defined in Code Section 22A1. And that completes the order, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, I recognize the senator from the 27th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring to you Senate Bill 233, the Georgia Promise Scholarship Act. Just want to take a moment. We have voted on bills similar to this a number of times in the last 4 years I've been in this chamber, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time in the well explaining the bill, but I do think it's worth zooming out and giving you a high-level view of what the bill does and then how the bill differs from different measures that we've had that are similar to this in the past. As it's become commonly known, this is a money follows the child bill. As all of you know, the state budget, about 38%, almost 40% of the state budget is K through 12 education, but that only funds about half of the expense of K through 12 education. The other half of that comes from a small piece of federal funding, but the bulk of that comes from the local tax digest and the property taxes that are derived therein. This bill allows parents to decide the educational future of their children and receive a $6,000 scholarship to pursue an educational path of their choosing. That could be anything from private schools to homeschooling to virtual schooling. That number represents slightly less than the average QBE allocation, or I should say state funding allocation that we spend on every student in the state of Georgia. Those parents will be able to choose from a list of expenses, approved expenses that are in the bill on lines 42 through 59, and allow them to request funding from the third-party administrator that will administrate these funds to reimburse for those approved expenses. One difference in this bill, perhaps, and other bills that have been talked about over the years in this building, is the parent never has access to the money directly. It's all administered by a third party. The other things I want to highlight for you are, first and foremost, the student has to have triggered a QBE FTE if they're anyone other than somebody entering public school for the first time. So I think about my 3 children, 4 children actually, but 3 of them are in public school currently. One's on her way next year. The 3 would be eligible since they're in public school. They would not be eligible if they were already in private school. There was some question around some of my colleagues if should we make this eligible to everyone? Should this be eligible to current homeschoolers? What this bill does, in order to ensure that we already are spending the money that we are endeavoring to have follow the child, is it does require the QBE expense. So essentially what we are saying is, we spent this money on you this year in public school. Maybe we spent this money on you for the last 10 years in public school. But if your parents decide that there's a better educational pathway for you, we're going to continue to invest in your education the same way that we have before. What does that mean for the local money? We don't touch the local money. The local money stays where it's at. What is the net result of that? The net result of that is that in every single school system in the state, the average amount of funding per capita increases because the local money stays there. How do I have the authority to make a claim like that? Dr. Jeffrey Dorfman, before he came to work for the state here, worked for the University of Georgia and did a study, looked at every single school system, public school system in the state, and came to the conclusion that 176 of the 180 met that criteria. And as you know, in the 5 years since he has done that study, costs have gone through the roof. We've reanalyzed the numbers for the couple districts that statement was not true for, and that statement is now true for every single public school system in the state of Georgia. A couple other distinctions in this bill from the bills that we've looked at previously can be found on lines, I have to find the lines for you all here, starting at lines 233, and that are the testing provisions. This bill requires that every single student, whether they're in private school or whether they're homeschooled, be subject to an annual norm reference test. There will be a selection among 3 potential tests. As you know, over the past 2 years, and especially during my freshman year here in 2019, we began consistently rolling back the amount of tests such that now every student in public school is not tested every year. Under this bill, every student will have a norm reference test that they receive every year. That information, along with the graduation rates, is made publicly available. Mr. President, I'm happy to come close debate on this. I'm happy to answer any questions before I do that. But like I said, this is a topic that has received extensive conversation in this well, and so I think that maybe rather than take other bills' precious time away, I will just maybe get right to it and answer any questions that members of this body may have.
You do have some questions, Senator. Senator from the 15th, you'd like to ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
I do.
Senator, one reference you made, and I was trying to find it in the bill, that would be, you referenced that it would be administered by a third party. Can you expound on that a little bit?
The test would be administered by the school. And I forget in what context I use third party, but here's the way that it works. I may have misspoke, but here's the way that it works. There's a commission that will choose up to 3 tests. The private school can choose which of the 3 norm reference standardized tests they would like to administer. Those tests are administered by the school to every student who's part of the program. In a similar way, homeschool parents would have the same option of tests, and they are also required to have their children take those same tests and then submit that information to the commission.
Senator, further yield.
Sure.
So the public schools would be required to do the same thing. They have the option, to do the same thing.
Senator, this bill does not change anything around testing for public schools. Okay. The public school testing remains exactly the same as it is today under this bill.
Senator, one final question. Isn't it true that a lot of the superintendents that approached me about the bill spoke about the amount of money being allocated to the private schools, and they were saying that was much more than the amount allocated to public schools, and they were concerned about that, and perhaps that was some way we could raise it up for the public schools as well to that level.
I'm sure you've had robust conversations with many interested parties on this. I'll just highlight the way that we came to this number. We took the total amount of state spending divided by the number of students, which landed right around $6,500, and we moved that needle lower to ensure that it was lower than the average amount that we spend annually per child.
Thank you.
As an average.
Recognize Senator from the 2nd.
Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, do you have a fiscal note on this bill? I'm trying to find the anticipated costs and impact to the state budget. I'm sure my question is for the whole body, especially for the senator from the 19th. Do we have a fiscal note on this?
Senator, you passed a budget earlier today, and every single student who is eligible for this program, with the exception of incoming kindergartners, was in the budget that you passed today. So we are reallocating the funding that all of this, well, with the exception of my friend from the mountains, that all of us voted earlier today to allocate to the investment in the education of those students from the state side. We all voted for that already.
Does the senator further yield?
I do.
So how does this impact school districts in relation to their existing funding and how it comes from the state and the QBE formula in totality as to how those dollars may now leave a system and go to a non-public system? How would that impact us?
Yeah, I'll try to, I think there's a couple of questions in there. It's a fair and good question. As you know, Senator, we fund public schools based on head count. The state does. Local school districts do not fund based on head count. They fund based on whatever the millage rate is multiplied by their tax digest, right, minus homestead exemptions. So the local money stays where it's at, and I referenced the Dr. Dorfman's study earlier, and hopefully you caught what I was explaining with that. As it relates to the public school, the same thing happens in the public school as would happen if I pulled my 3 children out next year anyway. If I pulled my 3 children out next year anyway, the public school system does not keep the state money for my 3 kids. That money goes into some other section of the budget that we would vote on. So this is a separate appropriation, that's a separate investment that is not directly tied to the funding of public schools whatsoever.
Recognize the Senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, my question is about the tests. I think you said that the Georgia Student Finance Commission could pick 3 tests, which are not laid out in the bill. They would be identified and picked by Georgia Student Finance, if I'm reading it correctly, and then any participating schools would pick one of those?
Correct, yes.
Do you have any idea what those tests might be?
I don't. I did not want to be prescriptive in that. We simply said, and I'll point the members of this body to lines 235 and 236. It's no fewer than 3, so it could be more than 3, but no fewer than 3 nationally norm reference tests that measure student academic progress in math and language arts.
Will the senator continue to yield?
I will.
If we don't have tests that are similar to what is being administered in the public schools, or if you can't do an apples to apples comparison, how will we as policymakers and appropriators know what the academic performance is of the institutions that are receiving funds under this legislation?
Yeah, I've got great faith, and it's certainly when given the option to choose 3 or more that our commission will choose tests that will give us great insight to the efficacy of the program.
But wouldn't you agree that if they're not the same as what's being administered in the public schools, we can't do an apples to apples comparison, in which case we have no idea if our money is being well spent?
I think I would not characterize it that, quote, we have no idea about the money, unquote. I would reference it that just like certain schools look at the ACT and SATs, those are 2 separate norm reference standardized tests that you can have one student take one and one student take the other, but we still certainly have insight into the achievements or the ability of those students when they take separate tests.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 21st.
Senator Yield?
I do.
Senator, hasn't there been some research done that in other states where this has happened and failing schools have received competition, that those failing schools have really risen to the occasion and gotten better?
There has. Now, this is from 2016. Greg Forrester looked at actually 100 different studies. So it was a study of studies, if you will, and saw a number of things. And I referenced this the last time I talked about this bill 4 years ago. But the effect of choice programs on the racial composition of schools, actually 9 out of 10 studies show that there was actually an increased in the racial diversity, the academic outcomes of students who remained in the public schools. 31 studies showed a positive increase, 1 showed neutral, and 1 showed negative. So yes, there is a study of the 100 that he looked at, but 31 said that there was actually an increased outcome. Because I think ultimately what we're all looking for, I think as I think about my kids who next year will all be in school, we're looking for innovation to prepare our kids for the next generation. And I'll yield to your next question.
Well, I wanted to yield and ask your opinion. Competition is good, in your opinion?
I think that options for children is absolutely good, and options for parents. You know, my wife and I have had significant conversation around what we're going to do with our daughter who's entering middle school next year. And it might not be the same thing as what we do with our son. We actually applied for an out-of-district public school to go to a different public school than the one that we're zoned for. That may not be the same thing that we do for our son. In fact, it probably won't be. But we as the parents have really keen insight into what is best for her. So whether you look at it as simply choice or whether you look at it as the reality that for 1.7 million kids, you cannot conceivably design a program that fits the needs of all 1.7 million children. I think about the family who I met on the on the ropes just a few weeks ago. I'd never met them before. They came here from my district. Their daughter goes to an Orton Gillingham school who has really specialized teaching around dyslexia. And they say that this has been life-changing for her. So they made that choice for their daughter. So we've seen it over and over again. This is not a foreign program to the state. This will be the 3rd bill of this type that we passed here in the state of Georgia. And we've heard over and over again from the parents that have participated in this, either in Georgia or elsewhere, that they love programs like this.
Senator from the 26th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentleman, yeah.
I do.
So what are we looking at, 100,000 kids?
I don't believe we're looking at 100,000 kids, no.
Well, I think isn't it true that if you take private as well as homeschool, you're talking roughly about 100,000 kids, you're talking about $6 million.
I think where you're getting that number from is students who are currently either in private school or currently homeschooled, and I would just point out to you that none of those children will be eligible for this program.
Senator, isn't it true? If you make the money available, then the folks will go, so you're talking about $6 million that's coming out of the public schools.
Can you repeat that question? I didn't catch that, Senator.
I say, if you pass the bill, the people will go. So now you're talking about $6 million coming out of the public schools.
You very well may have $6 million come out of the public schools. I know when the senator from the 51st passed his bill, that's the net in the budget this year is about $6.5 or $7 million. I would simply point to you that, A, if those students stay in public school, we're spending every penny of that money as well. We're actually spending arguably more. I would secondly point to you that for those students and those parents, this may be the best investment that we can make for them. Third, I would point out for you that the local money stays. So the average funding per capita in every school system actually increases under a program like this.
You have no further questions, Senator?
Mr. President, in lieu of further questions, I'll just take the liberty during my time to point you all to the amendment that's on your desk. After consultation with my colleagues, superintendents, et cetera, from around the state, we have an amendment and an amendment to the amendment to actually fix the amendment. But the net of what the amendment does is it keeps the eligibility for QBE requirements, and it requires the department to reinstate the rating of schools that actually slowed down during COVID, and it makes it such that this is only eligible to students who are in the bottom 25% of the ranked schools. So this literally would apply to students who are in schools that rank in the bottom quarter of those schools in the state. And I just want to highlight a couple of things of what some of those schools look like. There were 22 elementary schools in Georgia last year in which at least 3/4 of third graders could not read on grade level. In another 68 schools where 2/3 of third graders had fallen behind. There were 10 middle schools where 0% of 8th graders, not a single child, scored proficient in math. In another 28 middle schools, no more than 5% of 8th grade math students were on grade level. Now imagine for a second, and I'll close with this, imagine for a second you're a parent, and your child's in 6th grade, 5th grade, and they're about to enter a middle school where not a single 8th grader scores proficient at math. And we talked earlier about helping students. I think that we need to help those students. And the amendment to this bill does exactly that. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. We've got another amendment we need to read, and then I'll call on the number of you that have signed up to speak. But Secretary, read the caption.
Senators Parent of the 42nd and Estevez of the 6th offer the following amendment, Amendment 2, to amend Senate Bill 233 by striking the word 1 on line 108 and replacing it with the word 3. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 6th to speak to the bill and his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be speaking against the bill, not about the amendment. I'll leave that to the senator from the 42nd. Colleagues, I appreciate the efforts of trying to tackle the issues that we have around our education system. It's something that's near and dear to my heart as a former public school teacher, as a former school board member, and someone who has kids in public schools. When we look at the issue that we have here in Georgia, it's pretty straightforward. We have an issue related to literacy and an issue related to poverty. And if we're trying to solve the issues that we have around our public education system, what we need to be tackling and focused on is how to tackle poverty and how to tackle literacy. And because of the senator from the 4th, we've taken some steps here today to start to tackle the issue we have around literacy. But as it relates to this bill, it does nothing to address the issues that we have with poverty. In fact, it would make it worse. When you look at schools that are in low-income communities, they are not performing well. They are performing very poorly, in fact. In fact, I'd place a bet that the very schools that the senator from the 27th was talking about are neighborhoods where 100% of the families live in poverty. And there are a number of reasons why those schools don't perform well, whether it's the fact that our families and those students are coming into schools worried about where they're sleeping at night, worried about how they're earning an income, worried about their health, or whether it's the quality of the school leader, whether it's the resources in the school building or the quality of the teacher. There are a number of reasons that those schools may not be performing well. But when you look at the state overall, and you look at the bottom 25% of schools, they line up almost perfectly with the average income in those neighborhoods. Our lowest performing schools are in the communities that are amongst our poorest in this state. So when I get asked, how do we solve issues around poverty and education, the solution is not hard, but it's incredibly hard to implement because it takes patience, it takes focus, and it takes dedicating resources that we don't necessarily want to dedicate. When I look specifically at this bill, the reality is that the vast majority of the people who would benefit from this bill and opt into this bill are folks who would have sent their kids to private school in the first place. When we look at how this program works across the country, 70 to 80% of the participants are families who would have sent their kids to private school anyway. So what we are in fact doing is we are reallocating money. We are defunding our state education system and sending that money to private schools. Private schools that are not accountable to anyone but the folks who attend those schools. Private schools where we have very limited visibility on how they're performing and how they're teaching our kids. And private schools that are not, frankly, held to the same standards that we hold our public schools. And I've heard the argument about school choice, but in the neighborhoods that we're talking about because of this amendment, in the neighborhoods that we're talking about, the reality is there is no school choice. You are choosing between failing schools. The private schools that would provide a quality education are not in the communities where these students live. So we are asking them to travel outside their community and hopefully be able to afford private school tuition to a quality private school, which I can tell you is not $6,000. It's a lot more than that. Double, triple what they'd be getting. And if they're living in poverty, how do we expect them to be able to afford the private school? They wouldn't, which is why state after state, study after study has shown that the beneficiary of this scholarship goes to people who would have chose a private school anyway. And I'll leave you with this. This program will double the number of dollars going from our public education system to our private schools. Right now, about $150 million go to our private schools through the current existing voucher programs. This program can go very much balloon into $120 million within about 5 years. I can tell you that when a recession happens and money gets cut from the budget, we know where that money comes from. It comes from the education budget first because it's the largest bucket. So while the education budget gets cut, I can tell you what programs haven't been cut in the past. It's the voucher programs. So while a recession may bring cuts to our public schools, it won't bring a cut to this voucher program. Colleagues, I urge you to vote against this voucher program and to focus on what really matters. Focus on literacy, focus on poverty, focus on getting leaders and teachers of high quality into every single classroom, urban or rural, so that every child gets a quality education. I've heard competition be used in describing the context, and while I love competition personally, as a competitive person, when we're talking about our kids, we don't need winners and losers. We need to make sure we're all winning. And the way we do that is by focusing on our kids, and this is not that. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield well.
Senator's yielded well. I recognize the senator from the 42nd to speak to her amendment, amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I say a couple things about the amendment, I just want to say that the big picture here is that over the last 20 years, we did not allocate billions of dollars. Right this second, I can't remember exactly how much it is, but it's somewhere, I think, between 10 and $12 billion that was due to our public schools under QBE. Over those last 2 decades, those billions and billions of dollars did not go to the public schools. And it's actually, as the senator from the 6th said, when there's a budgetary shortfall, that's where we went to raid the piggy bank. So we didn't fund those schools as we were supposed to. And let's not forget the as we were supposed to is based on the 1985, 40-year-old QBE formula that has not been updated since then, does not take into account the rigors of a modern economy, has no allocations within it for technology, for example. Also, makes us one of only 6 states that does not wait for poverty. And we have, as we've all been acknowledging, a significant percentage of children who cannot read. Well, why is that? There are a few reasons, but one is that we have not demanded and followed a curriculum that would line us up with evidence-based standards, literacy standards. We have not followed the science of reading. In fact, we have not even funded the dyslexia screeners yet from SB 48 from 3 years ago or 4 years ago when we finally started tackling this issue. We take the money out, the billions came out in austerity cuts, that has weakened the schools in a very serious way. We have then played ostrich in the face of many challenges that we have been told about over and over, things that we need to do, we need to take seriously, and we need to fund in order to fix serious challenges within our public schools where we are failing our children and failing our constitutional requirement that we provide every child in Georgia with an adequate education. Have the signers of this bill been working on literacy, on teacher training, on poverty? We also don't do such a great job with our teachers' colleges. The chancellor discussed that in some of the education hearings that were set up by the senator from the 4th, higher ed chairman, senator from the 45th, the education chairman. We have a long way to go and a lot of work to do, but the fact is that most of it we know about, and we just simply have not done it. So you take out the millions, you don't work on the issues that matter, and then you use little trick bills like this to try to pull money out to say, well, the schools are so bad that now we need to give everyone the money to go to private school. Well, it's pretty obvious what's going on here. You ruin the schools so that they don't have credibility, You don't give them the money they need to do a basic job, which is on us, and then use that as an excuse to weaken them further. I really, really applaud the senator from the 4th on SB 211 and everyone else, including the former senator from the 9th, who started working on this dyslexia issue, on this literacy issue. But if we look in the mirror, all of us have to be honest that it is way, way, way overdue. And it doesn't compensate for the millions of dollars that we have been pulled out over the last 20 years on a 40-year-old formula. And we're getting going far later than we should if we wanted to do right by our kids. Many times this session, I have thought, we have a crisis with literacy, with kids who can't read, and I have thought every time, if that is not our main focus, our one priority, the only thing we should be doing down here, what are any of us even doing in this room? We've not updated QBE since 1985, and we are, again, one of only 6 states that do not allocate more funding for poverty. Kids in poverty have higher needs. We all know this. They might have transient housing. They might have hunger issues, and that's just the start. They need more resources and intervention to perform to the levels that we desire and that we want for an educated and skilled workforce. But when you've cut funding for 20 years, most of 20 years, and you haven't updated QBE, and then you bring bills like this, you're using our own failure as an excuse to cause our public schools to fail more. Now I want to talk about the amendment briefly. All it does is, this legislation says that a school will have to, it's on line 108, let me just turn to it real quick. The schools that can participate in the program have to demonstrate fiscal soundness by having been in operation for 1 school year. Well, 1 school year is hardly anything, and there is a real concern, that we will get these fly-by-night operators popping up that will charge exactly $6,000 in tuition for families that are looking for another option. But if you have no track record of achievement, which is why being able to do some apples-to-apples comparison of a test would give us a clearer sense of how these schools would perform. If you have no record of achievement, especially for these kids that are going to be now, if this amendment passes, coming from almost exclusively, if not exclusively, high-poverty schools, we need to know, do these schools have any kind of track record of achievement? Can they operate with financial stability and fiscal soundness? Because these kids already come from, in many cases, very unstable backgrounds. I think it would really behoove us to demonstrate a little bit more of a track record of financial stability with the school before we cut kids loose and risk the opening of schools that will charge $6,000 with very little accountability for those dollars, certainly a lot less than the public schools are held to. So my amendment is to, and frankly, I think it's pretty modest. Let's require that these schools demonstrate 3 years of a track record before we are telling parents that it is okay that we are giving these schools that have no record of achievement and basically no financial track record at all the imprimatur of success, the imprimatur of state funds. Let's at least do our due diligence a little bit better than 1 year. Let's at least make it 3. So that's the amendment that I'm offering to you, my colleagues. And Mr. President, if there are no questions, I will yield the will.
You have a question, Senator. Senator from 37th.
Thank you, Lady Yield.
Certainly.
Appreciate the amendment and the concern about the financial viability of the school. If the lady would tell us, is your intention to vote for the underlying bill if the amendment's adopted?
I will not be supporting the underlying bill.
Thank you.
But I
Yeah.
still think the amendment makes a lot of sense for people that care about fiscal soundness and not just putting our kids in fly-by-night schools. So I would think even those that might support the bill might still say to themselves, hey, you know, that kind of does make sense. 1 year is nothing, y'all, nothing. Let's at least require 3. Thank you. Any more questions?
No,
All right,
ma'am,
I
we do
yield the
not.
well. Ask for your
Thank you,
favorable
Senator.
consideration on Amendment 2.
Senators yielded the well. I recognize the senator from the 2nd, the good man from Savannah, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today I rise in opposition to SB 233. And I want to talk about just a few things before your hearing today to make it plain as to where we are on the condition of education in the state of Georgia. Number one, kindergarten is not required in the state of Georgia, okay? Number two, pre-K is not fully funded in the state of Georgia. The lottery has about $25 billion in surplus, and we still have kids on a lottery trying to go to pre-K. Pre-K teachers aren't on the full funding schedule of K-12 teachers in the state of Georgia, so we know that statistics have told us the earlier a child is educated, guess what? They're better suited by 3rd grade. They have proficiency and literacy. So as a state, we've come to SB 233 without making kindergarten mandatory, fully funding pre-K education in this state, so children aren't on the lottery. We have children right now in Chatham County that didn't get in on the lottery for pre-K. You know where they are? Home. Many of my rural colleagues have children who didn't get in on the pre-K, and you know where they are? Home. And so, colleagues, what is this bill going to do? I counted up on this nice little sheet here about maybe 58 to 59 counties that have a private school. I guess for the 100 to 101 counties that do not, we're going to send those counties thoughts and prayers. Because if we truly were serious about education and its impact on how we could educate children in this state, we would do something about it by making kindergarten a requirement. We'd raise the dropout age. If we truly cared about education, we'd do things that would affect education. One of the other issues in public education that we have to talk about, I see in this bill, they've got $500 for transportation. The state hadn't raised a dime on transportation in the last 15 years. School buses cost more money. School bus drivers cost more money. Diesel costs more money. But we're not funding transportation. So when we talk about how we can do things better to serve children in this state, we really got to have a tough look in the mirror, because we truly haven't done all that we could do to address education and literacy in this state. The Medicaid reimbursement rate on mental health is so low that children who are in poverty can't find a provider because they don't accept Medicaid in this state. So we got kids that got mental health problems. We haven't addressed the QBE formula as it relates to school psychologists or school social workers. We haven't changed the metric or the weight on how many children that allocation is. We know that children are facing a litany more problems and troubles than they've ever experienced in their lifetime, but we haven't changed that either. So if we were truly going to be serious about education, I encourage my colleagues that are outside of the metro area to look at that little map with these private schools on it and look at the counties that you have that don't have a private school. What about those kids? They're still left to fend for themselves. Help hadn't showed up for them. So who are we trying to help? Are we going to help the children who are the most vulnerable and need the help or the opportunity? We say we're here for rural Georgia, colleagues, but this bill isn't in favor of rural Georgia. And I'm going to give you the math on QBE made simple. Number one, you count the students. Number two, you count the state of Georgia QBE educational program weights and training and experience, the T&E factor. Then you get to number three. You multiply the number of students counted in each QBE program times the per student revenue amount times your local training and experience factor. Then you add the state funding for the indirect costs, and then the state deducts the local meal share amount. And if there are any austerity cuts, the state will deduct those from the district's earnings, so to speak. And so my question is for the folks that struggle with population, you got a rural district, you got a rural school system. Well, if money leaves the state budget, Where your folks gonna get the local QBE money? Because they ain't got but so many people that they can raise taxes on, or they're gonna tax themselves out of business. So where do they come up with the extra money? Instead of looking at how to make cuts, we ought to be looking at how to make investments. This isn't making investments. This is just working for a small, select group, few people. Because if we were truly serious about education, kindergarten would be required. Pre-K teachers be fully funded. We wouldn't have children on a waiting list or a lottery for pre-K, because we know that early literacy matters. And I'm here to tell you, colleagues, that this bill today, this ain't it. This doesn't address the needs in education. This only perpetuates the gap and the divide that we already see and exist. And I promise you, it's exactly like this. You see the metro areas, they'll be okay. Everybody outside of the metro area will not be okay. How do I know? I've been to rural school districts and talked to superintendents and principals alike. And guess what? They don't have enough funding to fund all their children in pre-K programs. And guess what? They sit at home. And so with that, Mr. President, I won't keep you here and deliver the rest of my sermon. I'm going to just go ahead and yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. I recognize the senator from the 28th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my colleague back there in the from the 42nd, we like to joke around that she writes a lot of my speeches, and I love quoting her down in this well. But you know, today I don't really need to quote her, because we've heard the same thing over and over again. We heard it back when we did special needs scholarships, and then every one of us in here, we've heard from our local teachers and our local superintendents on this issue, just like we did when we dealt with special needs scholarships. And you know, I talked with one of my superintendents, and he said it best. He said, Matt, you know, if I wasn't calling you to fight for public education, then I'm in the wrong job. And he's exactly right. He said, but I do understand that I'm in the business of educating kids in public education. You're in the business, you got to deal with the education of all kids. And so think about that. Now, back during the special needs scholarship debate, just like back when we had the education savings account debate, and just like we're having the debate today, there was two main arguments against. Two. One is the negative impact this will have on QBE, and the negative impact it will have on fully funding our schools. Well, the author addresses that. He addresses that in section 3 on lines 289 through 292. This scholarship is subject to appropriations, number one. And number two, it cannot be funded if QBE is not fully funded. Again, lines 289 through 292 make that very, very clear. The second argument we heard back during special needs scholarships, and we are hearing today, is about the accountability. The author, again, he addresses that in lines 233 through lines 250. These schools will be accountable, because if they are accepting this scholarship from these students, then they're going to have to take a test, and they're going to have to prove that they are actually learning. Now, there's this big fear factor that there's going to be this mass exodus from our public schools. But number one, the private schools have to opt in, and not all private schools are going to want to opt in. So you have to keep that in mind. And number two, public education is still going to be the best option for most families and most children in this state. But we also have to recognize that it's not the best option for every single student out there. And I think what gets lost in all this debate is we focus on the school. We focus on a physical structure, and we lose focus on what matters most in this debate, and that is the child, and that is the parents that are working hard so that they can provide opportunity for their children. And that's what this bill is about, is to help those families where public education may not be the best option. But like I said, in most cases, public education is the best option. It was the best option for me, and it's the best option for my children. But I recognize that it is not for each and every child in each and every family. That's why I support Senate Bill 233.
Senator from the 7th, you wish to rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 233. I don't know how many people in this body grew up on free and reduced lunches, but I did the entirety of my, from elementary school to high school. I grew up in a working class family. My mom worked at a warehouse where she picked up boxes and put them on trucks. My dad was a file clerk. I went to a predominantly low-income high school, and I will say that this private school voucher of $6,000 would not have done anything for me in terms of my parents being able to afford to send me to a private school. And what we're essentially doing here is defunding public education and subsidizing rich kids to be able to go to private schools. This does not help children like me when I was growing up, attending low-income schools. And so, I came to the state legislature to uplift working people and strengthen our middle class, not subsidize rich kids further. And we rank near the bottom in terms of public education in the country. And so this bill doesn't help the most vulnerable in the state of Georgia. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield the well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 21st. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I rise in support of Senate Bill 33. And I want to say that I have the utmost respect for the senator from the 6th, a former school board member in Atlanta Public Schools. And there are several reasons schools fail, and I would not argue that literacy and poverty may play a small part in that. But one of the best schools in my district has a large percentage of children on free and reduced lunch. And it's also a very diverse school, and it's one of the best schools in my school district. The reason it's one of the best schools in my school district, it has a strong principal, strong leadership. It's got strong teachers who care about those students. And finally, oddly enough, these are parents that some of them are working 2 jobs, but the parental involvement in this school is unbelievable. The parents want their kids to have a better life than they've got. And I would just say that parental involvement means a lot. And the senator from the 7th just kind of proved my point on free and reduced lunch. She said she was on free and reduced lunch, and now she's sitting here in the state Senate. Kudos for her. So, Mr. President, I support giving parents the opportunity to get their children out of a failing school, and I ask for your support of Senate Bill 233. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 36th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I will rejoice
and give thanks on the day that we all come together with a true dedication and devotion to making our public education system universally available all across the state, a place of excellence, a place of hope, a place of a future for our kids. It is enormously distressing to continue to hear year after year yet another great voucher scheme. We know that that's been pushed nationally by some special forces with some big money. You know, when they put this version of the bill in Florida, I've been told that they're already up to $850 million of public school dollars diverted to private schools. How can you convince yourself that that's a way to build up public schools that achieve and produce students who are ready to take on the world and experience success and be part of the next generation? The way we do that is investing in our public schools. I remember some of us been here long enough, the austerity cuts that started in the early 2000s and have still, to this moment, we've never restored the funds up to where they were before the austerity cuts. We've never fully funded QBE. And this bill says, if I understand it correctly, that it won't come online until the time that QBE is fully funded. So is it a poster child bill? Is it some kind of statement bill? What is the point of all of that and putting everybody through this? And I must say, and look into your hearts, when you hear the comment that those school superintendents and those school boards and those teachers that come telling us that they're troubled, and why don't we listen to them? They're on the front lines. They're people who have dedicated their lives to educating generations of children. And it brings tears to my eyes when I think of the devotion and the passion, spending their own money on the supplies that it takes, helping kids out that are in a hard way, in a way that doesn't embarrass them and their family, but putting their own money out of their own pocketbook, out of their family budget, into helping these children make it through the hard spots that they and their families encounter. This type of bill takes the public dollars, puts it into private schools, and by the way, the window that is in this bill for a private school to demonstrate that it's capable and competent and a good place to have students go with these public dollars is de minimis. It's very, very, is it like be in operation 1 year? Or present some financial figures that show that you're, well-heeled and can make this happen. It's not even a firm requirement to be in operation for a year. It is not a firm requirement. It says either be in operation for a year or present some financial numbers to prove that you can make this work. It's sketchy. The sketchiness of this bill is remarkable, and we are toying with public education. We are toying with a foundational piece of the success in America of universal public education. It is foundational, and we continue to toy with it. Why do you think all these teachers are leaving the profession? The rates of teachers exiting are just incredible. I know I'm from a family of teachers, and I've heard an earful and more from both constituents and family members. But when you feel unappreciated, disrespected, held at low levels of pay, constantly more piled onto your plate of what you've got to do and prove, people look for the door at a certain point. They give their all, and then their all was not enough. And school teachers historically, have been backbone members of the community that everybody respected, whether it was Saturday or Sunday or all week long, summer school, whatever. And so it's dismaying to me to see yet again And since we have heard, the point was made by one of our members in this well, we have heard from school superintendents and educators and teachers how troubling these bills are and how ill-advised they are and how unthoughtful it is to take public school dollars and put them into private schools. Take that to heart. If that's what you're hearing from your educators back home, what weight do you give that? I ask you, what weight should we give to the people who are in these schools, who train themselves for a lifetime, who are working with the children night and day for outcomes that will be positive? And they come and beg and plead and look in your eyes and ask you to come over to the school and send you letters and provide data. I remember Fulton County, my home county, they lost $60 million in state dollars the first year that those austerity cuts were put in. And that went on and on and on and on. It was billions of dollars that were cut from our public schools. So I urge you, take under consideration the assessment by Page, Professional Association of Georgia Educators. Historically, viewed with a lot of respect up here, those of you who've been around for a while. They do a good job, they take their job seriously, and they bring us good information. And they've developed a limited estimate of the state's cost of the scholarship account promise that this bill contemplates. And we know we're sailing here without a fiscal note under the spurious notion that these dollars are already there and they're in the budget, so we don't have to have a fiscal note. That's a crackerjack promise there. But so to show up with a bill like this with no fiscal note, I think is at best irresponsible. And as I understand this bill, kindergarten and first graders don't have to, they're automatically eligible to just take this money and go. That's my understanding. I have an amendment with other colleagues that would require that you have your child in the public school a year before you write it off and take the money and trot off to a private school. Is that too much to ask? It would seem to me that would be a very reasonable amendment to this bill, and I would recommend it to you. The concerns are many, they're well placed, and I would urge you to stand up today for public schools. Stand up today for the students that need us, we need to have their backs. We need to have the backs of the teachers and of the educators across this state. And send that kind of message that we here in the Senate believe in public education and public school dollars for the public schools, not for the private schools. I will yield for any questions, and if there are none, I will yield my seat and ask you to consider the amendment. I believe it's amendment number 3 that would make that provision that the child is in school for a year in public school in order to be pulled out and sent to those magic islands in the sky, the private schools. And if you look at this map that has been placed on your desk that was prepared by the Georgia Association of Educators, there are some schools in these counties that are white. There are private schools there. I just want to be clear to you, but they are schools who have chosen not to be in the system of accepting these tax dollars, the tax credit, or the SB 10 special needs voucher. So it's not that there's not a school there, it's that it's not participating in this system. And you can see the orange counties are well endowed with private schools, and that will be a benefit. And it'll be pulling student monies out of school budgets all across the state to the detriment, as my colleague from the 2nd has pointed out, of rural areas. Folks, we need to do better. We can do better. There are wonderful models of moving schools forward. Let's do the right thing and reject this proposal today and continue to commit to build and enhance our public school system where all children can learn and thrive if we give it our best. If there are no questions, I'll yield away.
You have no questions,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Okay, so on the Amendment 3 that the Senator was referencing in the well, Secretary, read the caption on Amendment 3.
Senator Orrock of the 36th and others offered the following amendment, Amendment 1B to amend Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 233 with the following, by striking lines 6 through 10 and replacing with 2, the student has spent the prior school year in attendance at a Georgia public school, provided, however, that such 1-year requirement shall not apply if the student's parent is an active duty military service member stationed in Georgia within the previous year. 3, the student does not meet any of the ineligibility criteria provided for in subsection B of Code Section 23-519.1. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Okay, I think we've had all the amendments that have been offered. We have one speaker left, the senator from the 12th, and I think it's been agreed that she would be the last speaker before the author of the bill closed the argument. So, Senator from the 12th, if you're ready, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rarely do I deviate from the script, but this time I'm going to say that children who are poor can learn with the right teacher. Children who are poor can learn with the right leadership. We lack leadership in the state of Georgia in the education of our children and have lacked leadership for a very, very long time. I also rise to give the minority report for SB 233. SB 233 is the creation of the Georgia Promise Scholarship Act, which allows students to attend private school using taxpayer dollars and ultimately strips public dollars of much needed funding while subsidizing private school tuition. What does it do? What does this bill do? What does the voucher do? It provides $6,000 for private education expenses for every eligible. And I don't know what eligible means. I'm sure the bill writer wrote it in the bill. It's there somewhere. For every eligible student. Currently, there's no cap on enrollment or requirements on the type of student, such as the previous voucher attempts that we've had and we've passed for disabled students, for low-income students. There were caps. We understood what it meant. This one opens it up to every eligible student. What would it cost? There is no physical note on the bill, something that should be demanded of any bill of this magnitude. If 2% of students in Georgia used this voucher, that would be 35,018 participants. At $6,000 a voucher, that would equate to approximately $106,560 million in public dollars, that are public dollars being lost in public education annually. Who is eligible? Any student who has spent 6 weeks in a public school in Georgia, or new pre-K, kindergarten, or first grade students would also be eligible. So basically, every single child in public school, plus many who will never attend a public school, would be eligible. What are private education expenses? Private education expenses can be interpreted in a number of ways. It could be private school tuition, it could be tutoring, transportation, or other expenses authorized by a parent review committee. Voucher recipients would only be required to spend half of the dollars each year, only half. What is public accountability? Accountability for expenses as defined in this bill are extremely limited and lack transparency, which I truly believe in government. Accountability and transparency. The bill sets up a committee to review whether expenses are educational. The committee would be comprised of 8 parents of eligible students. The parents may or may not have a background to make appropriate educational determinations. The minority opposition includes private school vouchers undermine public schools by diverting desperately needed resources away from the public school system, which serves all students, to fund the education of a few. We've been underfunding schools in Georgia for nearly 2 decades. We cannot afford to fund 2 different educational systems, one public, one private, on the taxpayer's dime. Compare the $6,000 expenditure allocation in this measure to the fact that Georgia general education public high schools receive only $4,365 per student. There have been $10 billion in cuts to Georgia's QBE funding since its inception. There are better ways to improve our public schools, including reducing class size, bettering school climate, increasing parental engagement, providing support services such as tutoring, counseling, health care, nutrition, and after-school programs, only possible with the necessary funding. Georgia schools are operating with no funding to educate students in poverty. Few school counselors, meager transportation funding that triggers school bus concerns, and continued low pay for our teachers. We cannot afford to start financing a second discriminatory system of education. Vouchers do not save taxpayers money. The public schools from which students leave for private voucher schools are spread throughout a school district. This small reduction does not ultimately reduce operation costs for the public school system, like building maintenance and transportation. However, this does further restrict the amount of money the public school has to operate with. Vouchers do not improve student achievement. Repeated studies show that vouchers don't result in better test scores, and in many states have led to declines in academic achievements. Vouchers violate federal anti-discrimination laws, lead to discrimination, and it serves the few at the expense of everyone else. Anti-discrimination laws require schools funded by public dollars to provide needed special education programs and academic supports to students with disabilities and others who need it. Private voucher schools are not held to the same standards and thus have license to discriminate. Voucher schools are able to refuse admittance to students with disabilities, English learners, and others, which leaves them disproportionately remaining in public schools with fewer resources to support them. We could demand that participating schools accept all students, regardless of disability, religion, gender, identity, sexual orientation, and language proficiency. This bill does none of these. Studies show that low-income kids, students of color, and lower-scoring kids are most likely to decide to give up their vouchers and return to their public schools. Vouchers often go to students who never attended public schools. Therefore, the funds aren't being shifted from a student attending public school, but rather vouchers would pay tuition for students who never intended on attending a public school in the first place. The mean cost of annual private school tuition in Georgia is nearly $12,000. This shatters any illusion that $6,000 a year would significantly help low-income Georgians access private schools. The vast majority of people that would take advantage of this provision are people who can already afford it. I know. I chose to send my daughter to a private school. I did not ask for public support, and don't regret that at all. This bill violates the separation of church and state in the Georgia Constitution. Georgia's Constitution states that no money shall ever be taken from the public treasury, directly or indirectly, in aid of any church, sect, cult, or religious denomination, or of any sectarian institution. That's exactly what this bill does. With vouchers, public dollars can be used to fund private religious education. Vouchers are basically useless to our rural students, where private schools cannot or will not educate. Public schools are the best option my communities, my rural communities have, and we owe them a better funded public school system, better leadership, better teachers, better services than we are currently giving them. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the well.
Call on the senator from 27th to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for the robust debate on this very important issue. I'm going to make 5 points, and I'm going to do it Chicago style, so I'll talk fast and keep it quick. Senator from the 6th mentioned that there's no schools in the area of the failing public schools. That's just not true. I would encourage Senator to visit Bright Futures Academy, where 100% of the students are minorities, where they get help from the current SSO scholarship program, where we told the story 4 years ago of a young man with special needs who received the special needs scholarship, was able to attend the school with additional help and additional scholarship funding, and ended up attending college. That scholarship and that school fundamentally changed the educational direction for that person, and that is exactly what this bill endeavors to do. I'll simply mention again that QBE is fully funded. This is subject to appropriations. To my friend, the senator from the 2nd, I would encourage us to pick an argument. You can't simultaneously have two disparate things, separate things be true. You can't simultaneously state that this bill is going to somehow ruin public schools in rural Georgia, but then say that, quote, the metro is going to be all right, that's where all the private schools are. So if metro is going to be all right, and that's where the private schools are, then everywhere is going to be all right. And that's the reality, is that under this bill, everywhere is going to be all right. How do we know? Florida was mentioned by my friend, the senator from the 36th. The National Assessment of Educational Proficiency, where do they rank Florida? 3rd in the nation. Georgia is nowhere near 3rd in the nation. By the way, those kids in Florida, Senator, who are part of the voucher program there, 43% of them are more likely to attend college than when they stay in the public school. So we see, once again, excellent results, excuse me. Finally, the argument was made about rich kids and haves and have-nots, and I would actually argue to you that we do have 2 paths in public school right now, the haves and the have-nots. And this bill levels the playing field for parents who want to get their kids out of schools. They're in the lower 25% of all the schools in the state, and gives those parents help they may otherwise have. Does it pay the full freight? In some schools it may, in some schools it may not. But as we saw from the young man who attended Bright Futures, there are other avenues to help kids who need to get a customized education as well. And I heard a lot of debate here today, but I want to hone in on one last thing that I didn't hear a lot about from those who oppose this bill. I didn't hear a lot of faith in parents. I didn't hear a lot of trust in the ability for parents to vet a school, to figure out if a school is good for their kids, to figure out what school might be best, to figure out if their child should stay in public school or if they might need to homeschool them or put them in virtual school. I know that all of us love our kids, and I know that if I were to ask all of you, do you think you can make the best decision for your child? Every one of you would say yes. Let's trust the rest of Georgia parents to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the well.
The senator has yielded the well, and the previous question has been ordered. So we're in the posture of taking up the amendments. So pull up Amendment 1A and essentially 1B, but 1A, if you're for 1A, then you won't be for 1B. So they essentially cancel each other out, but we'll just take 1A up for the time being. Is there objection to the adoption of Amendment 1A? We have objection. So there's objection to the amendment of 1A. All those who are in favor of 1A will signify their vote by voting the yay switch. All those opposed, the nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 27th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, is it not true that we would like to see a green vote on this amendment?
The senator, I'm sure, knows what he speaks. Senator from the 2nd, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that we voted against a constitutional amendment that had needs-based aid earlier today, and now we're talking about needs-based education? Is that not true?
Senator is passionate about what he speaks. On the adoption of the amendment, the yeas are 33, the nays are 23, and Amendment 1A by the senator from the 27th has been adopted. Now we're on Amendment 1B, which is essentially reversing what 1A just did. Is there objection 1B? So the objection 1B. All those in favor of Amendment 1B from the senator from 36, vote the yay switch. All those opposed, nay. Hold on one second. Senator from the 42nd, would you? Secretary will unlock the machine. Parliamentary inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Yes.
Is it not true that a red vote on this secures our vote on the previous, but the military portion that is in here is novel and we will look to add it in the House?
On the adoption of the amendment, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 33, and this amendment has failed to reach the necessary requirements. Senator from the 42nd, do you wish to speak? Okay. Now we're on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 27th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Without objection, amendment number 1 is adopted. On Amendment 2, authored by the senator from the 42nd, is there objection to amendment from the 42nd? We have an objection from the author of the bill. All those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 42nd, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that by adopting Amendment 2, we would help cut down on unscrupulous operators who may be trying to take advantage of low-income families?
I would imagine that some senator, the author of the bill, would think differently than that, Senator, but every senator is entitled to their opinion. On the passage of the amendment, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 32, and the amendment has failed. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor signify by voting the yea switch. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the second, what purpose do you rise? State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that until we have a plan that allows public and private schools to play by the same set of rules on accountability and attendance requirements, we should vote no on this legislation?
It's up to each and every senator to decide that, Senator. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 23. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Senator from the 14th.
Mr. President, I have a motion. I move that Senate Bill 115 be hefted from the table.
The senator from the 14th has made a motion to ask for Senate Bill 115 be lifted from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 155 by Senator McLaurin of the 14th and others, the bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 3 of Chapter 2 of Title 38 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to rights, privileges, and prohibitions, so as to provide for the Adjutant General to be the official sponsor of the state-sponsored life insurance program for the Georgia National Guard. The Senate Committee on Veterans, Military Affairs, and Homeland Security recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dugan of the 30th District Chairman. Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 115, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 3 of Chapter 2 of Title 38 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to rights, privileges, and prohibitions, so as to provide for the Adjutant General to be the official sponsor of the state-sponsored life insurance program for the Georgia National Guard. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I just had our good chairman from the 30th remind me that it's your first bill over here. You've been very active over here, but this is your first bill, so that's good to know, Senator. If there is no objection to his motion, I will recognize the senator from the 14th to speak to his bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, I bring to you Senate Bill 115. This is a department bill that has been requested by our National Guard. And the purpose of the bill is to codify an existing state-sponsored life insurance program that has been running for several decades. Very brief overview is that there are 2 life insurance policies principally available to members of the Georgia National Guard. One is administered by the Federal Department of Defense and provides benefits in the several $100,000 range. But our state-sponsored program is special because even though it only offers $25,000 in benefits, the reputation it has is that it does so immediately, usually within 24 hours of a qualifying death. So it's a very important program that's really important to our National Guard families. The bill essentially just codifies the existing practices of the Adjutant General to assist in administration of the program and provides for continuity in the event that the current insurer is unable to continue providing the insurance policy. So you'll see on lines 32, 33 that in statute we're allowing the National Guard Association of Georgia, which is an affinity organization staffed by current and former National Guardsmen and women, to be able to select that insurer in the event that the insurance lapses. Mr. President, that's basically what the bill does, and I'll yield for whatever awaits me.
You do have some questions, Senator. Senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, it was mentioned by our president that this is your first bill in the Senate, but is it not true this is your first bill in the entire General Assembly?
It is. This is my 5th year serving and my first time carrying a piece of legislation in the well.
Senator, will you further yield?
I sure do.
Senator, was there a problem over at the House?
You know, I was as mouthy there, if not even mouthier than I am here, Senator, and I think that that frustrated my attempts to move legislation.
Senator, isn't it true that some of us find that hard to believe?
That's understandable, Senator.
Senator, will you further yield?
I do.
If you do pass this bill today, will you be considered fully housebroken?
Senator, I think we are, in fact, reaching that point.
And one final question, if you'll yield.
Sure.
Thank you. Senator, this is a bill, obviously, for the National Guard. Isn't it true that you got a haircut in order to honor them today?
Senator, I tried to method act as much as possible to get myself in the mindset needed for the bill, so thank you.
Senator from the 28th, you wish to ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Happy to yield to the esteemed rules, Chairman.
Senator, this being your first bill, is it not true that you do look a little comfortable down there? Because if I'm not mistaken, it's about your 48th time down in the well since you got over here. Is that not true?
Mr. Chairman, if I'm looking too comfortable, I'm happy to become more anxious on demand.
Do you further yield?
I do, Mr. Rules Chairman.
So my question is, what guard do you use on the wraparound versus what guard do you use on the beard?
Mr. Chairman,
because the beard looks longer to me. Is that not true?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So typically what I do is start without a guard for the top of the head. I'll use a 12 for the main beard, go 9 on the under, and then I'll use sort of a 3-6 combo to taper it off where the glasses are. If I'm doing it right, Mr. Chairman, I'll end right on the glasses line so that it sort of naturally fades into the, you know.
Is it not true you're not doing it right?
Mr. Chairman, I can always do better.
One final question, if you'll yield, Senator.
Absolutely.
Would that style pass the UCMJ?
Pass what? I'm sorry.
UCMJ.
The UCMJ, I believe the chairman is referring to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. I don't know if the Uniform Code provides for specific guard lengths on beards, but I'm seeing from some of my colleagues that I don't think my practices would be orthodox under the UCMJ.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do, to the esteemed Appropriations Chair.
Senator, with you in the well, who's live tweeting this?
It's a valid question.
Unfortunately, no one that I'm aware of, Mr. Chairman.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Senator, are you expecting a little bit of a celebration after this bill passes?
First thing I may do is tweet, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, the reason I ask is I can see the koozie in your pocket. I didn't know if you had had plans for after this bill passes here.
You know, that's funny that was poking out, Mr. Chairman. This is actually, I can do a quick ad for the Cattlemen. They had delicious steak biscuits this morning, and I was able to get a koozie with some milk in it, and I just didn't know where to stash my koozie, Mr. Chairman. So,
Senator from the 29th.
Does the senator yield?
I do.
Then my prayers have been answered.
Senator from the 32nd.
Senator, do you yield?
Madam Chair, I sure do.
I'm just looking at this bill, and on line 32 it says that our National Guard shall select the insurer. Does that make our esteemed Adjutant General an insurance broker?
No, Madam Chair, the reason it does not is because the National Guard Association of Georgia is an affinity organization with an elected board of directors that has roughly 20 members, either current or former, who make this decision collectively. You can learn more about this and more at ngaga.org.
Yeah, you have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Senator from the 30th, you have a statement you'd like to make?
Yes, Mr. President. That shows what happens when you wait 5 years to do your first bill. He had a chance to get prepared for it. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The reporting of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator, you might want to turn off that live tweet. I wouldn't want you to get embarrassed here. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Congratulations, Senator. I recognize Senator from the 16th for a motion.
Mr. President, I would ask that we lift SB 266 off the table.
The senator has moved that we take Senate Bill 266 off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 266 by Senator Hartman of the 16th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to retirement and pensions so as to provide for a fiduciary duty to invest retirement assets solely in the financial interest of participants and their beneficiaries, to provide for duties, to provide for a definition, to revise the minimum and maximum allowable benefit multiplier for current and future retirees of the public school employees retirement system. The Senate Committee on Retirement recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Williams of the 25th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Retirement offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 266, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 20 of Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated the Public Retirement Systems Investment Authority Law so as to provide for a fiduciary duty to invest retirement assets solely in the financial interests of participants and their beneficiaries, to provide for duties. That completes the order, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, I recognize the senator from the 16th to speak to his bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it. This bill is dealing with our retirement plans, and what it does It is basically codifying what we currently have with our investment policy for the state, and we are codifying it into law so that it will be law. And what it does, it requires that the fiduciaries represent the people who are the beneficiaries and who are the retirees, and their sole purpose is the return to them, and there is to be no political or social reasons for how they invest. They look for the highest return for the retirement or retiree and the beneficiaries. The other question that was brought up during our committee was, what happens if the Secretary of State, if we have someone of our trustees that breaks the law, does not do right? And the answer is, the question was, if the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, if he had to prosecute and defend, and the question was answered, and we got that answered, and that is, he would appoint independent counsel for each side that would be totally separate from his department to handle that. And other than that, it basically takes what's already a policy in place and codifies it and protects our retirees and how their money is invested.
You have no questions, Senator? Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to hearing the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize Senator from the 31st for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that unanimous consent to take Senate Bill 97 off the table.
Senator from 31st has moved that Senate Bill 97 be taken off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 97 by Senator Anna Vitarte of the 31st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 38 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to emergency management so as to create the Georgia Cyber Command Division under the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. The Senate Committee on Veterans, Military Affairs, and Homeland Security recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dugan of the 30th District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
If there's no objection, I recognize the Senator from the 31st to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 97, after months of work by the Senate Cyberforce Study Committee over the last several months, and I want to recognize the senators from the 30th, the 33rd, the 22nd, the 56th for all your hard work to talk about cybersecurity in Georgia and our state government. As many know, cybersecurity is the #1 security threat to the citizens we represent, the businesses we represent, and our state government. The opportunity for us to be more efficient and more secure and structured properly to protect the citizens' data and assets is what this bill is about. Senate Bill 97 creates the Georgia Cyber Command Division under GEMA, provides for a strategic planning, facilitation, and coordination of information security, provides for a statewide chief information security officer to manage the cyber command, outlines the powers of the cyber command division, The governor must appoint a statewide chief information security officer. And beginning in January 1st of 2024, this bill transfers power of planning, facilitation, and coordination of information security from the Georgia Technology Authority to GEMA and Homeland Security. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well. Thank you.
You have no question, and the senator has yielded the well, so. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the senator from the 30th for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to take Senate Bill 136 from the table.
Senator has moved that Senate Bill 136 be taken off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 136 by Senator Dugan of the 30th and others, a bill to be entitled, an act to amend Code Section 3671-4 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to calculation of development impact fees so as to modify the required revenue source for a development project involving workforce housing. The Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, I recognize the senator from the 30th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill does two things. It actually codifies the term workforce housing, and it allows local municipalities to waive impact fees. If there's no questions, I yield the well.
Wow, that was quick, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection for the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 4. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the senator from the 6th for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to have 199 removed from the table.
Senator has moved that Senate Bill 199 be removed from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 199 by Senator Estevez of the 6th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 18 of Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to the state's Employee Benefit Plan Council so as to require such council to establish health savings accounts. The Senate Committee on Retirement recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Williams of the 25th District, Chairman. Senator Estevez of the 6th and Senator Islam of the 7th offer the following amendment, Amendment 1, to amend Senate Bill 199 by deleting 2024 on line 26 and replacing it with 2025. That completes the order, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, I recognize the senator from the 6th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would like to present you an opportunity to set up our state employees and our teachers on a stronger path for financially securing their retirement and paying for any medical expenses they might have. SB 199 gives authority to the Department of the Administrative Services to expand their flexible benefit offerings to include health savings accounts to all employees. Currently, Georgia law does not confer a broad mandate upon the department to add benefits as needed. Instead, it specifically enumerates the flexible benefits that the department is authorized to offer. And unfortunately, health savings accounts are not included. This makes sense because health savings accounts were created by Congress in 2003, which is after the statute that was enacted back in 1991 was put into place. The intention of this statute is to create a mechanism for state employees to self-fund their health savings accounts using pre-tax contributions. Now, these health savings accounts should not be confused with health spending accounts that are currently offered. Health spending accounts use tax dollars, and they are used on an annual basis, and you use it or lose it. Health savings accounts are used by employees who are enrolled in high deductible plans, and you can roll over that money year after year, and you can also invest that money over time, grow it tax-free, and if you do it on a pre-tax basis, you're saving money on those taxes. If you save into your health savings account into retirement, you can also, without penalty, use that money on expenses beyond your medical needs. So it's a vehicle to not only spend money or save money for your health expenses, but it's also a vehicle that allows you to save for retirement. It's a benefit that's offered in corporate America, and certainly one that should be offered for our state employees and our teachers in particular. But here's the great thing about it. Not only does it allow our employees to save money on their taxes, but it presents an opportunity for the state to save money in the process as well. Just to give you an example, if 100 employees each contributed $2,000 towards their HSA through pre-tax payroll deductions, those employees would collectively save about $50,000. The state would save about $15,000. Now, you extrapolate that out to all of the employees and school district employees that are enrolled in our state health benefit plan, those who are enrolled in high deductible plans, it's about 11,500 employees. If each one of those employees saved about $300 a month for the year, they'd save about $10 million in taxes, and the state would save about $3 million in FICA taxes. So colleagues, I encourage you to vote yes on this bill so that we not only set our employees up for success, but we also save the state some money to invest in other important matters. With that, I'll yield for questions.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Senator from the 17th.
As Senator Yield,
Yes,
is this your first bill?
this is my first bill, Senator.
Do you further yield?
Yes,
Is this a governor's bill?
this is not a governor's bill.
Do you further yield?
Yes.
I'm just confused because last Thursday you were a full leader for the governor. You're not a full leader today?
Senator, I am always in favor when the governor and I are aligned on keeping Atlanta and the state united. And in this one, we can unite around the fact that we are saving both the state and employees money.
Senator from the 56th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes,
Senator, I believe earlier today you mentioned that you are a school teacher. Is that right?
I was. Yes, indeed.
Senator, would you indulge and tell us what you taught?
I taught 7th and 8th grade social studies. Actually, in 7th grade, I taught Texas history. And in 8th grade, I taught U.S. history.
Senator, based on what you wrote here, if you'd yield for another question, this would apply to any teacher anywhere in the state. Is that right?
As long as they're enrolled in a high deductible plan with the state health benefit plan.
So it would apply to a teacher in Columbus,
It would.
Augusta,
Absolutely.
Blairsville,
Yes.
Bainbridge,
Yes.
and even the Buckhead community of Atlanta. Is that right?
Even in the Buckhead community.
Senator, we used to have another senator here who used to be our rules chairman, and he used to bring up a very important clause. Are you familiar with moral turpitude?
I am.
If you are, can you tell me why this important bill doesn't have such a clause such as moral turpitude in it?
You know,
Take your time, Senator. We've got all day.
for the sake of time, Senator, I'll get back to you.
All right,
on
final
that
question, Senator. You said you taught social studies, right?
I did.
Then why did you need an amendment for your bill? Were you not prepared ahead of time to do it right the first time?
Unfortunately, unlike the rules chairman that apparently does prepare perfect bills on the first try, I was a little ambitious in setting a timeline for the department, and they asked for a little bit more time, which I will obviously oblige. But I should thank you, Senator. I should also point out that there is an amendment to give the department enough time to ensure that this is goes through the procurement process and we get the appropriate processes in place to execute on this new benefit.
Got a couple more questions, Senator.
Oh,
Senator
great.
from the 16th.
Senator Yield?
Yes.
How high is a high deductible?
High deductible is extremely high.
How high is that?
It could be anywhere above $3,000 for the deductible.
What's the cap on it?
I'm not sure what the cap is.
Okay,
Senator.
need to know that so you'll know how high and how low it needs to be, right? All right.
I'll have to
thank
get
you.
back to you on that.
Okay, get back to me. Thank you.
Darn, Senator, I thought I was prepared. It's a good question.
Senator from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a Senator Yield.
I use a number 1, Senator, all the way around. No. I do yield. I do yield.
Don't take my material. Senator, I do find it cute that you and the senator from the 14th have your first bills together. And my real question, if you'll yield, is
Yes, sir.
were y'all holding hands at the barber shop when you got your hairs cut together? And I say hair singular. Is that not true?
Senator, given the fact that the senator from the 14th cuts his own hair, I will not disclose whether or not we may have gotten the haircut at around the same time, in the same place.
Well, Senator, is it also not true? There's a little bit more shine you got going up there. Are you perspiring? Are you nervous?
Senator, every time I walk into this chamber, I get so excited about being in this chamber that I do perspire just a little bit.
Thank you.
All right. Senator, you have no further questions?
I yield the well. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is, we got to take up Amendment 1. I was getting ahead of myself, Senator. I apologize. Secretary, read Amendment 1. You've read Amendment 1. Is there objection to Amendment 1 authored by the senator from the 6th, author of the bill? Is there objection to Amendment 1? Without objection, Amendment 1 is added. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. Good job, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 29th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that 4 new tires be placed on SB 95 and it be rolled off the table.
The senator has moved that SB 95 gets an oil change. Any Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 95 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Sections 12.837.1 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to state grants authorized relative to general provisions of solid waste management so as to specify the manner in which funds appropriated to the Solid Waste Trust Fund shall be used. The Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert of the 46th District Chairman. Regulated Industries and Utilities offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 95, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions of solid waste management so as to add a representative of the tire industry to the list of governors appointees to the Recycling Market Development Council. That completes the order, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, I recognize the senator from the 29th speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you should have on your desk an audit done by the Georgia Department of Audits and Accounts and the Performance Audit Division concerning the Solid Waste Trust Fund. If you will look all the way onto the back page, you will see number 18 was that the General Assembly should consider revising the act to apply the scrap tire fee to wholesalers rather than retailers. The reason this was recommended by the Georgia Department of Audits and Accounts was once they started looking through the fund, they found that the process of collecting the $1 at the retail level was a burden on the retailers. Even though the retailers were offered $3,000 of the first fees collected in order to establish a process in which they could collect the fee. Most of the retailers said that the issue was cumbersome and they were unable to stay up on it and get the fee collected and entered into the state. Even though the department did an incredible job of going out and trying to collect this fee, EPD, as most government, were given a Herculean task and not enough staff to go out and do it. So what they were doing is they were accomplishing about 33% of the inspections each and every year. After speaking to the wholesalers and the retailers while putting this legislation together, what we determined is there's approximately, could be just a little south, when this audit was done, would just be a little south of $2 million that we're allowing to be left uncollected. The wholesalers are fully aware of the responsibilities and feel that it would be better for them to do that, and that they would be able to, they have a system set up to where they'd be able to pay the $1 fee directly in. Now, I want you to understand this $1 fee goes for, in the Solid Waste Trust Fund, it is used for landfill emergencies, the abatement of abandoned landfills, the collection and abatement of old tires and tire piles, which litter our state, and also it is used for many litter programs and beautification programs throughout the state. So what this does is it adds approximately, at this point, we're estimating that it's going to be closer to $3 million so that all of those things can continue to be done. This does not take one dime out of any of those other funds. In actuality, what it does is puts more money in there to be used for grants and grant funds used for tire abatement and for the beautification programs throughout the state of Georgia. I would encourage my colleagues to support this very environmental friendly legislation. And with that, Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage everyone to vote green.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All those opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 20th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
This subject's come up year after year. I just wondered if it was a retread.
It is that time of day where everybody's got jokes. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, but you are correct, Senator from the 20th. I recognize the senator from the 52nd for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to remove Senate Bill 164 from the table.
The senator has moved that Senate Bill 164 be removed from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 164 by Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 26 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to nurses so as to provide for licensure of advanced practice registered nurses, to revise definitions, to provide for licensure requirements, to provide for renewal of licenses, to provide for a misdemeanor to practice advanced nursing practice without a license. The Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the of the first district chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, I recognize the senator from the 52nd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was brought on behalf of the advanced practice nurses who wanted their own nursing license separate from the RNs. It went through the Georgia Occupational Regulatory Commission over the summer that we called GORC, passed out unanimously, passed out of Health Care Committee unanimously. There's no opposition, and if there's no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. Senator from the 28th, what purpose do you rise?
Would it be proper to excuse the senator from the 27th at this time?
If there is no objection, then yes, he can be excused. Senator from the 27th is excused.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the senator from the 4th for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to lift Senate Bill 127 from the table.
The senator has moved that Senate Bill 127 be taken from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 127 by Senator Hickman of the 4th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 13 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to excise tax on rooms, lodgings, and accommodations so as to provide procedures for certain local governments to change the designated private sector nonprofit organization engaged to promote tourism. The Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
There is no objection. I recognize the senator from the 4th to speak to the bill.
I think I may be one of the few people today that remember that the rules chairman asked us to run up here instead of walk. Mr. President, thank you. I'm here to discuss Senate Bill 127. I'd like to mention that GMA and ACCG are both neutral in this bill. In fact, GMA helped shape the language of the bill. This provides oversight of the Destination Marketing Organization, commonly referred to in a lot of our communities as a Convention and Visitors Bureau. And these marketing organizations are funded by local hotel and motel tax. As many of y'all know, most conventions are done years in advance, and it's very important that we prevent the local government from altering an agreement with their destination marketing organization or changing to another without approval of the organization or the Board of Department of Community Affairs. Mr. President, if there's no question, I'll yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator.
Please vote green. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Do you have that? Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All those opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Hey, now. I recognize a senator from the 32nd for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for unanimous consent to remove Senate Bill 20 from the table.
Senator has moved that Senate Bill 20 be removed from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 20 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 20E of Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, the Surprise Billing Consumer Protection Act, so as to ensure consumer access to quality health care by setting adequacy standards for network plans offered by an insurer. The Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 20, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 20E of Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, the Surprise Billing Consumer Protection Act, so as to ensure consumer access to quality health care by setting adequacy standards for network plans offered by an insurer, to provide for an exception, to provide for standards for network plans, to prohibit an insurer from denying pre-authorization for health care services to be performed by a participating provider solely because the referral was made by a non-participating provider. That completes the order, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, I recognize the senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 20 relates to the adequacy of commercial health insurance networks. The federal government has created new network adequacy standards that define appropriate time and distance to reach an in-network provider. They're very specific, are broken down by location and specialty, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through those. This bill gives our insurance commissioner the authority to assess our state's health insurance networks and the tools to get more information and ensure compliance. It also applies to mental health as well as physical health. He'll set up rules and an annual report. This bill's been through a lot of changes, working with stakeholders and the Commissioner's Office, and I'm happy to answer any questions or yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator?
Thank you, I yield.
Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All those opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 22nd for a motion.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Ask unanimous consent to remove SB 177 off of the table.
Senator has moved that we remove SB 177 from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 177 by Senator Jones of the 22nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title II of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to agriculture so as to enact the Food Insecurity Eradication Act, to provide for definitions, to create the Georgia Food Security Advisory Council. The Senate Committee on Agricultural and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman of the 8th District Chairman. Senator Rett of the 33rd and Jones of the 22nd offer the following amendment, Amendment 1, to amend Senate Bill 177 by striking line 75 and 76 and replacing with the Commissioner of the Department of Human Services or his or her designee. Senator Rett of the 33rd and Jones of the 22nd offer the following amendment, Amendment 2, to amend Senate Bill 177 by striking line 90 and replacing with B, one CEO of a food bank or food bank supporting organization. Senator Rett of the 33rd and Jones of the 22nd offer the following amendment, Amendment 3, to amend Senate Bill 177 by adding on line 74, public after of. That completes the order, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, I recognize senators from the 22nd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This comes from a bipartisan study committee. One of the recommendations out of that committee was to create a food policy council to study the issue of food insecurity, as it has many layers to it as far as food insecurity is concerned for Georgia residents. There are 3 amendments. There are all 3 friendly amendments. One comes from the Department of Human Services, was asking us to actually clarify that. Number 2, one of the persons that would be appointed to the Food Policy Council would be a food banker or someone who had a food pantry. It was best to have an organization that had a statewide reach, so that's why Amendment 2 is actually there. So therefore, it would not just be a single food bank or food pantry, but one that has a statewide reach. And then number 3 basically creates public health. With that, Mr. President, I will yield the well unless there's any questions. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the
You
well.
have no questions, Senator? No, you have no questions. I'm sorry. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from 33rd, would you like to speak for the amendments? Senator from 33rd, would you like to speak to the amendments? You're good. Is there objection for the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the amendments authored by the senator from the 33rd and the author of the underlying bills. Okay with them? So is there objection to Amendment 1? Without objection, Amendment 1 is adopted. Amendment 2, authored by the senator from the 33rd. Once again, the author of the underlying bills in favor of. Is there objection to the Amendment 2? Without objection, Amendment 2 is added. On Amendment 3, authored by the senator from the 33rd as well. Is there objection to Amendment 3? It is added as well. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. I recognize Senator from the 8th for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to crank up the combines and let's harvest SB 103 from the table.
All right. Spoken like a true agriculture man. Senator from the 8th has moved that SB 103 be taken off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 103 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 12 of Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to disposition of unclaimed property so as to provide for the handling of certain wills. The Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman of the 8th District. Chairman. Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 103, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 12 of Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to disposition of unclaimed property so as to provide for the handling of certain wills, to provide for definitions, to provide for administrative expenses of the Commissioner. That completes the order, Mr. President. Oh.
If there's no objection, I recognize the Senator from the 8th to speak to his bill, the Agricultural Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a good bipartisan bill. Unclaimed property in Georgia. Currently, in Georgia, our rate of unclaimed property is only 9%. In Florida, it's 59%. In Texas and Nebraska, so many other states, if you ask why, it's because they have unclaimed property service providers. And so this bill, we went through special judiciary last year. The senator from the 23rd, the senator from the 42nd, and I, we worked out the language. It's a good bill for the good people of the great state of Georgia. I yield for any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Okay, ask you for your favorable consent.
We have an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Senator Moore of the 53rd and Goodman of the 8th offer the following amendment. Amendment 1 to amend Senate Committee substitute to Senate Bill 103 by amending lines 258 and 263 by striking $1,200, yes, and inserting in lieu thereof $100. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 53rd, what purpose you rise?
Mr. President, the people of the Northwest are very reluctant to trust G-men and revenuers. We saw this $1,200 fee and offered an amendment to it, but recognizing now that this $1,200 fee is good for 4 years, I ask for unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Senator has moved that he withdraw Amendment 1. If there's no objection, Amendment 1 will be withdrawn. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. On the question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Okay, we're gonna take a little break here. I'm gonna allow time to Senator from the 28th. For what purpose do you rise? You want to speak? Come to the well, then. I'll let you speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to come speak. Just want to announce to the Rules Committee, we are going to meet during this recess to set the calendar for tomorrow. This is not a supplemental rules. We're not adding to tonight. It's simply so we can set the calendar for tomorrow. So as soon as we recess, we'll go meet. It'll take about 10 minutes, and then you can go about your merry way. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So, as the Senator from the 28th said, we're going to break for the rules, so we can go ahead and set the rules calendar for tomorrow. And we're going to break for dinner as well. The Pro Tem has got dinner lined up for everybody. So those who don't have rules, you can go ahead and go grab dinner. And those who do, please head to the rules. And we will try to reconvene a little after 7, hopefully around 7:15.